Hello everybody, it's Hackakuro. Welcome back to the channel. We are doing more coding, more dev stream. This is a non-scheduled day, but I'm doing streaming anyway. I'd be doing this behind the scenes, as it were. And before we get into kind of where we left off and what we're getting ready to do, a couple people have asked me the same question multiple times, and so I'm gonna answer that question, and in typical streamer fashion, I'm gonna yap more than is necessary. But I wrote all of this out so it could be, semi-coherent, unlike most of my speech. Well, at least, because I'm scatterbrained or whatever. Okay, so let me get a drink of Coca-Cola, and then I'm gonna start in on it, right? I'm all hopped up on Mountain Dew. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to code. I'm ready to talk. I'm ready to do all the things. All right, one sec. All right. Okay. Just kidding. Okay. I've gotten this question a couple times and I've covered it, but like, again, like not in a coherent manner. So here it is. So people keep asking me if this app here is gonna be safe, right? Is it gonna be safe? Oh, is it gonna be safe? Well, I'd ask them a question. Name an app that does what I'm doing here or will be doing here that is, and you can't name it. You can't name one because there isn't one. And we're going to explain that in a way that hopefully you will all understand a little bit better once I get done with it. So what they mean by this is that, can it be, is the app safe? Can it be used for real world applications as is, being able to quote unquote trust the data, right? And the answer to this is simply no. No. But there are caveats and reasons why, and I'm going to cover that. And this is going to clear things up, and it's also going to allow me to hopefully not feel the need to explain it every time I'm asked. Okay, so the first reason why this can be done for, say, like military applications purposes, not like this kind of app, is because of the sheer amount of data that the Department of War has on these rifle system round combinations. Okay. So I know that they just got an update of their weapon systems in the vast majority of the military, or all of it. However, mark my words, they'll be falling back on that pretty soon. The M16 and M4 style platforms in 5.56 NATO, 223 Remington, that, they're the same thing. And the various models that are used with 7.62 or 308 platforms have been in service since around the early 1960s. This means that it's been tested extensively across conditions, in multiple conditions across the earth. Different temperatures, relative humidities, altitudes, completely, totally environments, right? Additionally, this testing has been done and repeated with extremely precise scientific equipment, far and beyond anything that most civilians are capable of acquiring, let alone using or implementing. And this is due to cost, the proprietary nature and or availability. Like some of this equipment, the scientific equipment, it's not available for purchase to like a regular person, meaning you can't get it over the counter or go on Amazon and find this stuff, right? That's not to say you couldn't learn those things or acquire those things or versions of those that equipment, but it also takes an incredibly long time to gather and process the data, even with modern equipment and techniques. So, for example, the cold bore shot protocol, you got to fire with 2 minutes in between shots, and you have to get the round off, either keeping it at the hot, cold, or ambient temperature that you're trying to do. You have to get that round down range within 1 minute or less, preferably closer to 0. And this is why people, generally speaking, when they're shooting on like a 308 platform, they'll go with the M110 round, because it's been so heavily tested that you don't have to do the things that, like what we're talking about, what we'll end up talking about here in a minute. So the second reason is the inaccuracy of the drag coefficients for the G1 and G7 ballistic coefficient models of modern bullets. So most ballistic models and calculations are made for projectiles that are shaped like your standard round nose bullet, like the thing like off of Mario. Here, I got some pictures for us to look at. Let me pull him up, right? So I joke around, but in reality, it's like this, right? So this is what the G1 ballistic drag coefficient is modeled after, this kind of round nose bullet. And then the G7 is the modern hollow point boat tail. So this has looks like a lead tip in it, but it's, you know, it would be hollow point, and then that obviously it's a boat tail. So this helps it overcome the environmental effects that it goes through as it's flying through the air a little bit better. So additionally, that the modern curve for these as well is also inaccurate and doesn't account for individual makeup and construction, right? So lead core or mono. So what you're seeing a lot now with an advancement in bullet technology is a lot of companies are starting to get into monolithic bullets. And that's because when you put a copper jacket over a lead core, it's difficult to make those without extreme amounts of variance in weight and length and thicknesses, and you know what I'm saying? So like right here where my cursor is, the copper jacket could be slightly thicker than over here, and this is going to cause it to fly differently, slightly differently. So where am I at here? So there's also the fact that the companies producing these rounds, yeah, test them in very specific ways, right? Namely, they're really bad about this, not telling you guys, but they fire these things at a stuff called man barrels on fixed mounts, which means like, so a man barrel, for those that don't know, they're extremely thick bull barrels, oftentimes like 26 inches in length or more. Like the one that I remember testing on, it had to have been like 4 foot long, and the length is in length, right? And it's like 2+ inches in diameter. Okay. And they're breech loaded. So they're and fired with a pull string, like field artillery is, right? And they're in specific environmental conditions. Usually the only thing that they're doing is they're heating up, cooling down, or keeping ambient temperature on the rounds themselves. And so, find my spot again. And they're usually not doing this with standard equipment that the average person using the round would be using them in. So like modern sporting rifles or even F-class stuff, you know, even if you're wanting to look at highly specialized things, right? So you can just look at the disclaimer that's on the store-bought ammo, either the manufacturer info directly from, you know, say, Sierra or Hornady or whatever you're using, or the store page will sometimes have it, and oftentimes it can also be found on the box as well. Okay. So, it'll say something like tested at sea level in 70-degree weather, and they don't mention also that it might be artificially kept that way too. You know, plus the above, or the equipment considerations that I mentioned as well. And this next thing I'm going to say is a quote. So start quote. So the drag coefficient of a bullet can be approximated within plus or minus 10% using predictive methods. So that's a quote from Brian Litz of Applied Ballistics, and he's one of the best ballistics experts in America for sure, but absolutely, maybe, probably, definitely in the world as well. So the app that I'm making is, you know, on a predictive method, okay, or a model. So the third point, and arguably the most important when it comes to most of us who would be using this app, right? without the said scientific equipment, the sheer amount of rounds downrange while taking these readings with the equipment and the adjustment of the G1 and G7 drag curves for our particular use case or use environment is the fact that our systems and our projectile, powder, brass primer combinations also have inherent inconsistencies in them. It's to say nothing of our individual marksmanship capability too, which is another conversation in and of itself. So I'll give you some personal examples of measurement tolerances in my own equipment, which are manufacturer specified, neither confirmed by like a QC or a, like, you know, one of those official weights and measures checker vendor people, like what the hospital uses when they send their equipment to go get certified, right? So my powder scale is accurate within plus or minus. It's like 1/100th of a grain or 1/1000th of a grain. I can't remember. I didn't go look at it. I just wrote this out. My calipers, I did look this up, are in 1/100th of tolerance, meaning that I'm measuring out to the thousandths, and it's not even suited to do that. My chronograph, the one that I use for that has a sensor on it, is 1 foot per second. My chronograph with a magnet on it, is 1 foot per second as well. So my powder, I don't have my powder stored or loaded at consistent temps and or relative humidities. That's just me. You know, your situation could be different. And these are inconsistencies that are in my system that if I just went with what the predictive models pumped out, or like these ballistic calculators, right? Which is what this app will be, right? It's just like all the others on the market as well. To my knowledge, like they don't have that ability either. So then right off the bat, I can assume just with the predictive models for the drag coefficients, a plus or minus 10%. Never mind what those inconsistencies in my system and measurement devices are introducing on that as well. So, you can see how this could get out of hand if you just trust something right off the rip. All right. And so the rest of that quote from Mr. Litz there, it says, plus or minus 10%, this is a quote here, plus or minus 10% using predictive methods, but can only be known accurately if measured by live fire, end quote. So this means that if you do not take the data out to the range and confirm it, i.e. test it with the system, round, environmental conditions, drop data, windage data, temperature correction for the drop and windage data, and or any other number that this app is going to calculate for you, then the likelihood of it being wrong within a margin is near certain. Okay? So you need to confirm your data that will be given to you by this app if you were to end up with it. Okay? So believe me, I'm going to be putting legal disclaimers and all manner of protections for myself in this. It will be one of the few requirements of the app / purchasing it is that you will have to digitally sign it in order to use the app. So I'm not going to be held responsible for your negligence or ignorance, your misuse or miscalculation. You need to confirm your data for yourself. When you get to this level, this is big boy stuff, right? You're manipulating individual variables to achieve a greater accuracy and tolerance rating, right? So if you want that loose tolerances, go back to your toll ammo and your AK-47, all right? That's no place for this stuff. In other words, you cannot buy your way into good hits on target. You have to put the work in. Now, what the app is. Okay. As for me, I've said this before, it's solving two particular problems that I have. First, I write down all of my reloading data for a particular round that I'm using or testing in a notebook. I write my dope data on previous engagements data in a notebook, and I enter that data into calculators or spreadsheets that do the initial calculations for averages, standard deviation, variance, any of the measurements that I'm taking for that, for whatever I'm doing, right? I then take the results of those calculations combined with manufacturer quote unquote claimed ballistic data or ballistic drag function data points, and I enter those along with my rifle round combination pertinent data into a ballistic calculator that gives me the drop and the windage and the many other data points that I need, where I enter those into another spreadsheet to get nice looking laid out range card that I can use in the field to correct for various environmental and range conditions that I also confirm. So that even that list that I make up final, it's like a rough final draft. I'm still going out and I'm still gathering that or confirming those things. So this app will serve, hopefully, as a one-shot for entering, collating, and calculating, displaying, and maybe even exporting all the data or all of what I already do. That way it makes it easier to enjoy this stuff and a little better, and it saves me some time. So the second reason that I'm doing this is I'm new to coding stuff, and it's a nice way for me to become more proficient and learn coding at a higher level than I'm currently capable of doing. So it'll serve as a nice example of work should I end up trying to get a job down the road later in tech. And it may end up being useful for a lot of other people too, which they might like enough to buy for their own uses when I eventually release the app. And I'm going to be releasing it in the App Store and as a desktop app at the current moment. So as of yet, I do not know what or how it would be done for Mac and iOS, but it would be a goal of mine to get it out for those particular platforms too. So additionally and finally, my hope is that this will be a great app that solves some problems for me and for you. And if you do end up getting it, that when you buy it, there's no like subscription BS, no tracking, nor any of the regular advertisement garbage or any of that plagues modern, phone apps and desktop apps now. Although I can only promise that on my part, like for the coding here, like I'm not going to hard code that in. Now, the caveat to that is, I don't know if some of these platforms require certain things. So if like in order to put it on their app store or whatever. So if they make me put something in there that, like that's a stipulation for me using their platform or something, I'm going to have to put it in there, but I'm not going to be coding it in as a matter of course. So hopefully you now know the why and what of it. And I can feel like I don't need to explain this any further, but like, so it's, the answer is no, it's not quote unquote safe, but it will be good enough for you to go out and it'll be close, like really close, and you'll have to adjust. Like it'll be close enough to where most people won't be able to tell if it's the calculation or their piss poor marksmanship that's causing them to miss. Right. So like, that's what I do with my stuff and with the existing things that I have right now. And I go and I confirm all these things. All right. So that's that out of the way. I just wanted to cover that so that way, we would know, we'd have a better idea. Hold on. So I just wanted to cover that to make sure that we had everything straightened out. So that way, if you guys are having questions about what it is that I'm doing or whatever, you have a better idea. So where we left off in our code stream last time was that we got this for loop all sorted out and correct, so that way we could add stuff to our data on previous engagements function here. And it's basically what I'm doing is I'm creating a list of pre-made keys, and I'm iterating over those keys and storing the ones that need to be numbers as numbers, in our case floats, and storing the ones that need to be strings, just, as regular input. I have some try except checks here to make sure that that does that. And then this here is just for me. This will end up getting taken out or commented out, so that way it won't be in the way. But I have it here as well. And what I did is to make sure that it's putting the keys and the values that I want in, and then it's giving me is showing me the type, so that way I can make sure that it's like what I wanted it to be, like a list or a float or a string or whatever it is. And then I created a little function to test this, so I can call it. And you can see, like, so my plan is that this will be called whenever you're entering dope into it, right? And it will be separated probably by date, so that way you can look through it. And as you can see here, I have a question that I need to answer for myself already. Like, where am I going to store this list of data here every time I'm doing it? And I don't know if I need to do it. I doubt I'd need to do it before, but I'll probably need to do it after, because after the user enters this stuff in. But every time, and that's another thing too, I need to figure out how to get this to be a continuous thing. Like, it's in the format and form where it can be reused, but how do I reuse it similar to this? So we hadn't done our checks to ensure that this all worked together, because we did the one for the single keys. So right now I have these as single keys. We did the for loop last dev stream for the multi. And then here is the combined keys that these have to be floats, because they're going to be used later for that. So we haven't tested it all together, right? And if you remember, where are we at here? That's my check. This is multi-key. Okay. So we initialize or instantate a key in the above dictionary, the empty one. If it doesn't exist, because we're using this set default, is it a method? I don't know, I'm probably saying that wrong. And we set the value to an empty list. Then we iterate over this particular key until the user types Q, quit. It'll probably be something else. I'll end up mapping that to like multiple things, like whether they hit like a quit or they just exit out of it or whatever. I'm thinking about pretty soon we're going to need a user interface to attach to all this, so we can kind of get a better sense of what's going on. So if the user types Q, it will move on to the next key. And then we have a check here. If the key is supposed to be a number, then we will try to append that user input as the number into the dictionary. And if they don't do that where it's required, it'll throw an error to the user and tell them to fix themselves and their lives. Hopefully they listen. and then, or it'll just store it as a string. And we ended up having to add this part because when we were going through here, one of the things that we were coming through was wind direction. And when we were entering that, we were entering like a direction, like a north northwest, south southwest, south north northwest south, whatever. And it wasn't even storing it inside the list because it literally didn't have the check there, and it also didn't throw an error because it was not in the numeric list that we have here. So this was the next kind of section of our thing that we had to get done. And this is my main program where I have all the code so far. A lot of this, it's not like complicated or whatever. So 264 lines, I'm sure I could do it in less, but I want it to be nice looking and have lots of comments and stuff, so I'm not doing things or so I can know what the hell I'm doing when I come back to it. And then, so what we're going to do is we're going to test this last little bit here, and then I am going to uncomment this, and we're going to test the whole entire program so we can just make sure it works. All right, so go ahead and hit this run Python file up here. So it asks us to enter our time, hour, month, or hour, minute. What time is it? We go 12:50. Now I could use the date time thing, and I will probably end up doing that eventually, as opposed to just leaving it as a string. But that will probably be when I don't know. I'll probably have to do that and integrate that with the user interface because I'm not sure how I want to display that yet. So here's our time. Do a month, day, year. So 01, 2, 3, 2026 because it's today. Our relative humidity, I don't know what it is. I'm just going to say 29.93. And this has to be a number, so we could add that and see. So it says, no, don't do that. Fix yourself. So 29.93. Altitude, we're going to say 1,000. Okay, then it does our check, right? That's this here, my checker. And it gives us, so first it prints out this dictionary for us and gives us the key value pairs. Very nice. That's all checking out, right? And then it gives us the little checker where it tells us, prints out the key value pairs and what type it is. So we get a string for the time, string for the date. We have a float for the relative humidity, a float for the altitude, and now it's asking us for our muzzle velocity. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. This is just dummy data. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to go quit. And sure enough, it moves on to the next one. It gives us a temperature. We're going to say 55, 1, 2, 3, 4, and quit. And it moves on to the wind speed. We're going to say 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, and quit. And wind direction, we're going to say it's coming in from the northwest. 2, 3, 4, and quit. And it moves on to the range. We're just going to say 100, 100 again, and one last time, and we'll quit. And then we're going to enter the correction. We're just going to enter a bunch of zeros because we don't miss, right? That's what they say in the movies. we don't miss in front of people, right? We get all our stuff, all our other stuff done, yeah? Behind closed doors, so no one sees. All right, so it then printed us out this stuff, and it all looks good. We get a string, key value pairs, they're all good to go. We have the same amount of values for all the stuff because we did 4. So what's missing from here, obviously, is the ability to change the measurement units that it's in, right? So this is in inches of mercury. This would be feet above sea level. The MV is going to be in F per feet per second. The temperature is going to be in Fahrenheit. Freedom units. Wind speed, miles per hour. Wind direction. I think that's about the same wherever you go, no matter what country you're from. The range is going to be, I would say, yards, although, you know, it's just numbers right now. And the correction for me in particular, I use mils, and that has more to do with quickness than accuracy. If I wanted it more accurate, I would use MOA. Or maybe I have that backwards, I'm not sure. And then it gives us all of our checker worked good too. So here is what we know. We know it's all working. We know it's all giving us the correct stuff that we need. But what we want is we want it all put into a, we want this information and we want this information. All these dictionaries, we want all of them put into one dictionary. So we know that the classes work. And we're going to uncomment this, and we're now going to test the entire program itself. So we're going to go through the entire first class and this entire second class. We already know it works, but we're going to make sure that it works together in combination. Just because I want to do that for my own mind. I'm pretty sure it should work. Relatively certain. Mildly certain. And this is from this. So we made a variable called testing class, and we named it after that class, and then called all that. So it should run through these. So what I don't know how to do, or at least I'm going to have to look up, is how to get, you know, testing class weapons platform, and then do something like this where it adds it to another dictionary that's outside of all of this. So I have basically, when you're at the end of here, you have this all saved for yourself as a system, like you know, like a game save, right? And then this is going to end up being, is going to end up being a list of dictionaries. So think of this like this class, and this class here will be like your profile. Number 1, profile 1, and then if you know, and then so you know, you could have, like, if you had multiple rifle bullet combinations, you'd have profile 2, and so on. And then I also want the ability to, so this is for your, this is your weapon bullet dope combo for individual systems. I want a list of that, so that way, like I was saying, a user interface, I would be able to like show you guys a lot better. But in lieu thereof, I will use a Mr. Paint. So we'll get a shape, we'll get a square here. So your initial user interface, right? You're gonna have, if you'll doing that. You're gonna have a bunch of these little systems here. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about this, right? And then you'll be able to, let me get this at a full screen. Then you'll be able to click on any one of these and look at the subsequent data on the app. I also, because I'm coming up on the calculation part, so I need to figure out, there's going to be like this class, this data on previous engagements. It needs to have a list of your like day 1, day 2, day 3, etc., and so on, right? And so that way it's going to combine all of those, all of the dictionaries for this into one. Like, so it'll take, it'll match up your stuff. So you'll be able to look at all of these individually with its own, data down here. Like, think like a child parent sort of thing, right? So it'll be like, dope. And then it'll have your MV. Do that to me. Your muzzle velocity, and then it'll have all the numbers. Okay. Then it'll have your time. It'll have all your numbers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You get what I'm saying. So these are questions. I'm going to write these down because these are the things that I'm going to have to, I want to make sure that I implement so they are programmatically there. So that way when I go and I start tying them into the user interface, it's going to be a lot more easy. So you're going to have to forgive me while I work through this. There's another question that I need to ask. I don't know if I went over this or not, but and it ties into this. So I'm going to have to make a list of these dopes and a list of this dictionary. And then I'm going to I'm going to have to create either another dictionary or another list that combines all of just this data here. And the reason for that is because the more data points that you get, the more accurate this is going to be. So what do we need to do? Profile 1, profile 2. So list of dope. So this is going to be the rearrange day. And I'm going to need a MV total list. MV dope 1. If I can write. How about I just do it the good old fashioned way? Copy, paste. And 2. This is just pseudocode, so I don't care what it looks like or whatever. I'm doing this like so I can kind of start formulating the ideas and plans about or like how I'm going to implement it and what I'm going to end up asking Google to get me on the right track, or you know, because these are simple questions. This is not like a complex thing that I have to prompt some AI with uh stuff like that. I can write out a mock little thing here, give it an empty dictionary with a set of keys, um, and the numeric ones or whatever, and say, hey, how do I take this, like this value for this in this dictionary and add it to, what I'm doing. So I'm gonna figure it out, man. It's part of it. Adding functionality. Oh, and I don't know. I downloaded an update a few days ago for Windows, and I was bitching about it, how they changed the UI, right? Well, apparently they jacked with the display stuff, so I've got like my other display over here off screen, and then I have the TV that I'm like doing stuff on, and this is like where I put what you guys see, so I can see it too, right? Um, and then off screen I have my OBS and Firefox stuff pulled up that so I can monitor the stream. But yesterday after stream, normally yesterday after stream I was doing like a Skyrim stream, the Skyrim Let's Play, and normally in order to get that to work correctly, I have to set this one as the main screen, and I have to set my other one as the secondary, so Skyrim will show up correctly. And then when I change it back, so when you do that, it puts this like this looks like behind here, looks like my desktop, right? So normally when I take that off, it moves all of this back over to my other screen where it belongs, but it didn't do that. And I tried to like figure out why. And then when I Googled it, I was like, hey, what the frick do you call that? Is the extend these displays thing broken? And sure enough, Windows broke another frickin' thing on my computer. Apparently they broke Notepad too. I tell you, man, I was having a conversation yesterday during my 6-hour hacking stream, doing Try Hack Me with a person, and man, I was sitting there complaining so hard. I was like, I am so ready to switch from Windows to Linux on my regular shit, because I am sick and frickin' tired. I'm tired of it. I'm so tired of them changing the user interface. I'm so tired of them breaking crap that's being used. Like, why, dude? Stop fucking with my tool. You know what I'm saying? This, like, if, like, I don't know, you guys ever worked in, like, a shop or something, right? But if you go, like, if I went out to my shop right now and I went to go look for my chisels, and my chisels weren't in the same spot that I frickin' left them at, somebody's getting shanked in the eye sockets, right? Right? They're getting caned in the shins. Yeah. So, and God help Microsoft if they brick my computer again. Like, you know, like right now, or when they did it before, I had just gotten this computer, and I just configured Firefox. That's all I did. But like right now, I have all of this, and I have it backed up because they do that. But I swear to God, if they do that again, I'm putting the black hat on. I swear it. I'm so sick of this. I'm tired of the technology breaking because of people's piss poor decisions. Bullshit. Makes me mad. Angry. All right. So, we need to make a list for every range day. Right. And this will be, actually, that's not correct. For every entry, we'll call it dope. I'm just organizing this a lot more. I know it, like, just, it seems dumb for me to do this, take time to do this or whatever, but it really helps me out. Just like taking the notes. I always talk about that. Or at least I don't know. Nobody said anything, and if I'm being honest, I wouldn't give a flying fuck if you did. Like, why? Why are you spending so much time? It's like, because I don't care. Like this crap, this stuff, like what I'm asking now here, what I'm trying to do here, I'm trying to get this coherent. I'm trying to think of the system, not, and I'm arguing with myself because there's nobody else to argue with. But I'm trying to get the system down. This syntax bullshit, I can ask Google this. Even if I'm doing this 10 years down the road and I'm so much better at it, right? I will have to ask less questions about this stuff, but I'll still have to ask about the syntax and everything. I'm trying to think in systems here for myself. So I can, that's the way to go. That's the way that you do stuff. Okay. But I bring up this. So where we're at, we got those done. We did the range gathered data. So dynamically stored. We did that. So Google, at the time when I was asking it, I like, how do you do this thing? It was saying use dictionaries and place those dictionaries into lists, right? And it said something about pandas. I looked into that and looked into that library. I genuinely don't think that that's going to be an option for me. There was another one that I found that I think would have been better. I think it was NumPy or something else. Yeah. So I don't think that that's correct. I'm actually going to take that out because it's just a personal note. So program structure. Okay, so this is the next part that we need to be able to do is we're going to be able to display this data sort of like, so we'll have this, then you'll have like a profile that has, bear with me here. I know I'm being kind of simplistic. So this will be like number 1, number 1. Speed number 2. Okay. And then I want this data here. So it'll show you all the data, and all this will be at like the bottom, right? And it's going to show you these calculations. Maybe not all of them, but at a minimum, it's going to show you the upper and the lower. It's going to give you the average, and it'll give you the variance and the standard deviation. I put the mean, median, and mode in here just because I wanted, you know, sometimes people care about that information. So it's going to have that. This stuff is going to be right here. And then we're going to have a matplotlib that is going to take your muzzle velocity data, and it's going to put it into a line graph, right? Let me draw some points. So we'll have a point here. Maybe not. Make it fatter. So it'll have like a plot here and a plot here and then a plot here and then a plot here, etc., right? And then you'll go you guys get the idea. Oh, I see how it is. Hold on. Sorry, bro, but you gotta go. No links in the chat. And it wasn't an honest mistake. It was a intentional one. So somebody did that yesterday. I'm not a ban happy dude. I don't really generally like that stuff, but I'm not tolerating any of that. So you'll have, see if I can bring this up here or go here. Maybe not. Come on, Windows. Shit is broken, bro. Okay. So you're going to have like this game save, right? So this is going to be your profile 1 and your profile 2. It's going to consist of your rifle bullet combination and your dope for that particular rifle bullet combination. Then you're going to have like a list of your dope, right? And you can view these individually, but then it's going to have a combination of your, it's going to have a combination of your MV data. Let me write this out. So it's going to have a combination, or it's going to have your muzzle velocity data, like in totality. Or it will display like just the stuff from one of them. Okay. Down there, down in that box, it's going to give you your some of your calculations. It's going to have a matplotlib section, right, for this results, which this is like the reloading component of it. It's going to help you find what's called like little, I mean, they're like little flat spots, but they're like little nodes of areas where you can then figure out, like, you know, if you need to adjust something, right? Then it's going to take, then it's going to do the ballistic calculator portion. Now we've been kind of working on this when we've been doing the data collection, when we're making sure things are changed to the deal. So let me make a list actually. So what things that I still lacks? One. Actually, I'm just going to go one. So we have a checklist, right? So the first thing that the app lacks is the ability to put what the heck is going on with you? Why, oh why are you not working correctly? I'm trying to figure out why it's indenting so damn far. Yeah, see, they broke it. Whatever. I guess I exited out of there. Okay. So the ability to put different measurement systems, measurement types on individual data points. So we're like, you know, feet or centimeters, mph, kph, kilometers per hour. Uh, different orientations for date, time, etc. Okay. Second one. App needs, and I'm going to save this in this thing with my stuff. So it's then accessible through here. Okay. So the app needs that. What else we need? By population. I think that's the correct term. So these are things like this is what I was talking about here. That's what I'm talking about here. So this is extra functionality and extra things that the app is going to need in order to work in a more coherent fashion. Because everything else is pretty much straightforward. Like, for example, the matplotlib, you're going to take one. That's another thing too. I gotta add in as well is in the reloading portion of the app for testing regarding the correct I forget what it's called. There's a name for this stuff. There's a name for all this stuff that I'm doing, but I'm with yeah. Okay. Add in reloading portion of the app for testing regarding getting the correct that's not right. Add in I deleted it. To So that's another thing that I haven't thought of either. These are just individual. I'm kind of building the components that are related, but I actually skipped a part. Um, like one of these. So before you even get into, I guess I gotta bring that back up again. So before you even get into this part here, this graphical representation for muzzle velocity, that's not necessarily like I guess I said that wrong or I wasn't thinking about it right or whatever. But you're going to, like, before you even get to the part where you're running stuff through a ballistic calculator, right? And you're getting your um, you're getting this. Let me put this up here. This is app 3. This is section 4. So it's going to be down here. So that's going to be 5. And we'll have this be 6. Okay. So before you create your range card, this set of muzzle velocities that you'll be taking in, we need to make we're going to have 0. We're going to have this be 0. We're actually probably going to do this right now, or first before we do anything else. We're going to be so make a reloading class that takes an MV and data for a round Okay, so this is actually like really important, because before you get to anything else down here, before you even get to this other stuff that we're doing, like where you're collecting this dope, if you don't have this done in first, there's no point in doing the rest, because this is going to change. You get this prior to going into the next thing. Once you have that, you'll have all that data to then create these better, or this better. So I'm going to make it its own class, because you're going to need to collate and store that as well. And it will also be a part of this profile. And I think that in order to, I just need to add. I probably already answered some of my questions. Because one of the things I was wondering is, like, how am I going to make this here, right? This list of things. Well, this is going to be a thing in and of itself, right? So I need to make a class that calls all of this stuff and stores it. Then I need to add that to a list. And this will be like, it will be in loops that adds those things together. So that way, when, you know what I'm saying? So you're clicking here, you're getting your first profile. It's going to have all the stuff that you need in there. It's going to have the reloading data for it. It's going to have this information for it. It's going to have the dope for it. You're going to be able to separate and look at the individual data, but it all needs to be able to be it all needs to be the, in the program or whatever. So, like I said, there's a lot of work to do and a lot of things, and I'm going to be coding some stuff, and then I'm going to go, oh yeah, it needs this, and oh yeah, it needs that. But I'm trying to have a little bit of, like I said, I'm trying to think in systems as opposed to, individual stuff. So I'm trying to um, learn how to organize all this stuff. And I think this is just a note, but in order, so that, like, I didn't even think about this first, I was just creating the other things. And partially the reason why is because a lot of this information and the way that this information is going to be dealt with, a lot of that information is going to be part of this too. You know what I'm saying? So I will so what's nice about it is I'll be able to copy a lot of this stuff, or, like, for example, this in particular, when I make this class, when I make this class here, it's actually going to call on all 3-4 of these functions entirely. Like, I won't even change anything, right? So, being is that I already have it made up, then that portion of it is done. And I'll probably end up doing this one too. This one. No, it doesn't really matter not for that in particular, but like this specifically, right? Like those specifically, that is directly related to that. And the thing is, I don't mind coding it out twice, but I think it would get really confusing if I just called the thing. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Okay. So you're going to have to bear with me, guys. I'm new. I am trying to do good. Oh, man. Ugh. I didn't get good sleep last night at all. I hope you all did, though. So we're going to make profiles. I need to make a class of all the classes that exist. The program can call them. So, let's see here. Need to make a reloading class that takes in the MV and data for the round so that you can view it with matplotlib in order to find the proper nodes and then move forward. No. Okay. The ability to put different measurement types on individual data points, feet or centimeters, miles per hour, kilometers per hour, different orientations for date and time, etc. The ability to store weapon, system, and dope into a profile and keep it in a list like a game save. So that's okay. So the ability to have a list of dope data for viewing in whole or individually. And the ability to combine and view the totality of muzzle velocity data together, separated by population. For better consistency in better. And we will get rid of that. So it's 5 things that I can think of off the top of my head. Faces. And we're going to go 6. So when I was typing that in my head, I just got a flash of like 8 different frickin' charts. I'm making it way more complicated in my head than I had originally planned. And I don't mean complicated like difficulty. I mean complicated like complex. I guess I should have said complex. So this is even this stuff that I'm doing here where I went and I was like, oh, I did another draft, and this is even the frickin' rough draft, because these are the things that it needs to do. I'm trying to think, I say this again, but I'm trying to think in systems, okay, as opposed to like concerning myself with syntax, because a lot of that's going to come. But also, I'm trying to think in order too, of like what you're going to do. That's part of what I was doing down here when I was writing out the process of like reloading or whatever. Right. So this is what you do to do your reloading, and I was just working through that. This is my process. There's, that's not necessarily the right way. I definitely don't make claims to that. It's just the way that I do it, the way actually that I was taught slash shown, and also it combines elements from. So when I was a kid, I was shown how to do a lot of this. When I got into the military, they don't cover any of this nonsense. I wasn't in a job where I did that. I just used the stuff that was done. But when I got out, I worked for a defense contractor where they did a lot of this stuff for different things, because sometimes the defense contractors and the government that would be having us test these things would send the components to us for some reason, and we would have to assemble them ourselves. And I think that that was part of the tests too, because there's some instances where you're in the military and you don't get sent necessarily the individual components, or sorry, the complete system, but you have to finish like building it out. You see this in regards like Eastern Bloc. They ship their grenades and fuses separately. Like, we don't do that. But they, like, if you go look at footage from like Ukraine, they have like the box of, pineapple grenades, and then they have a box of fuses that have the thing, and then they literally screw it on like a bottle cap into the thing, and then it works. So we don't have ours like that. They don't come like that. They come in like a little round container that's all duct taped together, and then there's one of them per one of those things, and then you undo that, and then you got your little you know your thing. Anyway, so I'm trying to think of this like in like how I'm going to be using it, right? So this is going to, right, first I'm going to I'm going to enter the system data. Then I'm going to So I'm going to enter that system data. Oh, my bad. I've been sitting here the whole time not listening to music. Sorry about that. Sorry about that if you're here and you're into that sort of thing. I didn't mean to. I like the music too. But sometimes it gets in the way of my brain. All right, so I'm going to enter the weapon system data. That's just like placeholder. I would just do that just because. So it's there. I would enter the the attempted round powder brass primer combo data and test. I would then log the tests, all of them, till okay. Use this app. Enter the weapon system data. I'm going to enter the attempted round powder brass primer combo data and test it to the nth attempt. Like we're in being where I get the one that's correct. I'm going to log the dope data for all the tests till I get the one that's correct. Viewing on matplotlib. Okay. So then I'm going to go out and I'm going to So I'm going to do the final reloading test on the correct combination. So do the final reloading test to correct round powder primer brass combination in order to confirm. Damn it. I'll just leave it there. Okay. In order to confirm the results of my data. Okay. So that's where that would come into play. That part. Right? So I have that, the final reloading test. And then test. I'm trying to figure out whether, like, what else I want to put on there, or like the order. Yes. I don't like having to copy and paste and move things around and stuff. Okay, so I'm going to use the app. I'm going to enter the weapon system's data. I'm going to enter the attempted round, powder, brass, primer combination data and test to the nth attempt, n being where I get the one that's correct. Right? Log the dope data for the tests, all of them, until I get the one that's correct. Viewing on a matplotlib graph. Determine nodes. All right. It's found. Do final reloading test on the correct round powder brass primer combo in order to confirm the results of my data. Calculations needed. Min, max, average, variance, standard deviation. Oh, that's not it. That is number 6. See what I mean? 5. So I do the final reloading test. It was in my brain and I lost it. What my number 5 step is. Oh, brother. So, this is it. I've chosen the round. Okay? That's right. Confirm the zeros. So having the correct round, use case, and I So having the correct round powder brass primer combo for my use case, and it's confirmed to be correct. I then move it into long-term testing category where the only data taken is dope. Periodic. You are okay. So that is kind of my process. So I'd enter that data, same as that right there. So it also needs a reloading class, proper nodes, and then move forward with the other data that you need to collect. It's also needs to have file like I already downloaded everything. These guys. I don't need this. I don't need that because it's above. I copied it. You get all the education for the ballistics stuff. I found all that. We don't need to worry about that because we did all that before. Save it again. Return the final. Yeah, return the final calculations. Okay, this is the reloading portion. Separate it with 3 of these. Let's see. Because this is the reloading process. Control V. So, what are you doing? Prior to testing. I don't need you. You're a waste of my oxygen and everybody's time. We know that's what we want to do. Um, we are this. I'm going to do one of these as well. Here. So now we have we're back into the thing. Toggleable. We don't need that. Be able to upload. I'm just organizing everything. No, it's not much coding, but trust me. It's what, like, you know, we moved through this, I think, in like 3 or 4 dev streams or something. And this is what got us to where we were able to do that. Having a clear kind of course of action and method to our madness. Yeah. What info you get? I don't know. We're not going to do that because we don't want to trust data from the user, and that will introduce security risks. Definitely want to do that. This stuff's your problem. We're not going to make your problems everybody else's problems. Yeah. So it is going to be for everybody. It's going to be for the people getting into this because, you know, just like this coding stuff, right? I'm sure that there's people that would come in here and just absolutely hilariously, gut-wrenchingly laugh at my stuff. But that's okay, because I am right now just this guy. I'm just this guy. Yeah, but soon I'm going to be this guy. Watch out. I'm coming for you. It's not if, it's when, bitch. Your days are numbered. All right. Once it has the info you need, you'll be able to create your own range card and a method that you choose. Simple or complex. Use case. And that's this. This whole thing is going to be a freaking thing in and of itself. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to have to find, like, to put all this individual data that you want when you get to the end of it into a range card that is going to have like certain formats, right? And there'll be like pre-made formats that you can choose from, different ones. But like, I mean, just thinking about this right now, I would want to be able to add columns, rows, change the colors of each individual cell. Very, very similar to how, what do you call that? Very similar to how, damn, I don't even know the name of the program anymore. The Excel style programs are. I don't know if I'll have it like, I'll have it where it'll be printable too. Spreadsheet. Spreadsheet. Sheet. Sheet. Something. User interface. API is made from or cannot be local. We already answered this. If there is an API and we do have to connect to it or whatever, I already took the entire project and downloaded it in a zip file. And if need be, I will fork the motherfucker and make it my own. Right? So, all of this, give me a range card. So, we don't need you and you. So you are moot, reiterating things we've already said. I want you up here. Very nice. Save here. I think we're getting close to our song. The one that slaps. And we are going to put pluses. 1, 2, 3. Ah, ah. So we can have some differentiation. This is how the documents used to be in the forums and the chat rooms and stuff like that. None of yous know about that. Not many of yous know about that. Okay. All right. Yeah, I want it to be able to be exportable to people because, you know, what if some people are just using a portion of this, you know, and yeah, yeah, we know that. Again, I know that I don't need to bother. I already, in essence, I have the API. I have that. Figure out. I want to graph automatically. It's to the, I'm not going to put that in there. Like your graph is going to be up to you for interpretation, although that would be a nice feature. Truly, it would be a nice feature. What I'm talking about, I'd have to make a graph for everybody to see. Saved it again. We're technically here, but we're going to backtrack because we just got done with this part. All right, I'm going to type. Wish there was a way to. Oh, hold on. Wait. There might be a way. Uh, all right. So the box below number 3 or somewhere on the screen. Wanted to show calculations. Yeah, we know, dude. You say it again and again and again and again and again. Okay. The information, at least for the most of all, I want to show the user some calculations, which will help them get a better understanding. Yep. That's what the thing is below that is. So we got that done. Dynamically stored in dictionaries. I'm cleaning all this up. Clean notes, clean brain, clean mind, clean code, clean everything, all the stuff, all the things. So, can be logged or not. Right now, we technically have that, but no. Need more. We're gonna. Group together. Gonna need to loop over the values. Yep, we know. We know. And we are gonna a copy and paste. I wish you could line through stuff. And I was putting these dumb little tick marks here to keep track of the stuff that I had already done, like a check mark. I don't need that. There's certain things in here too, like the user functionality. Um, let me add that. Deuce. Burn rate. We're not. Even though. So that would be that's a simple chemistry calculation, but it's not something that the average person is going to be concerning themselves with. And if somebody complains at me, eventually they're like, I want that functionality. I'll be like, all right, man, I'll add it. Man or a woman, whichever. Be like, yeah, I'll add that for you. No problem. No worries. I got you. Smelling what you stepping in, seeing you, I'm hearing you, all that. Right? If I can spell reference and consistence, right? Consistent. Every certain amount. I can't even spell good. Some of those I'm just going to leave. Don't need to mess with those. Who's here, Menace? Who's here? I heard you woofing. He's making a ruckus. Somebody's here, human. They're gonna get you in the ankles. You're a good dog. Mostly. That's right. I said it. Okay, so we're here. I wish that Notepad wasn't so simplistic and that there was a better program that didn't require you to have an online account to use. And another what do you call it? Argument for Linux. So go ahead and save this. Make sure we keep all our stuff that we got. Range, gather data. Got this one done. I'm just trying to keep neaten everything up and take all of the useless notes that I have out of there. This stuff's for later. Tells you what we got. Good to go. Okay, so I think we have all that down. Good to go. So when we do this reloading process class here, this is going to take some stuff, but it's going to take some stuff that we already have existing, but it's also going to take some new stuff too. Measurements and things like that are also going to need to be done. And I'm going to need to think about this for a minute. Well, I've already thought about it, but I'm going to need to write it down in a correct way. So you're going to gather the chosen components. You're going to make dummy round. Figure out jam. Take a max charge weight or weight that you're comfortable with. Starting off. Run data through calculations. Once you get that, you're going for the lowest standard deviation, right? That's your powder. Then you have to do seeding depth. Another thing too is that stuff like this, for this in particular, you are setting this stuff. So here's like the initial seeding depth, right? So it'll be a function and I'll call it like jam. And then it will have you enter whatever your, whatever measurement you get. You know, it'll say something like, you know, enter your cartridge-based, your CBTO, your cartridge-based to ogive measurement for this, you know, for your jam. And then it will do a calculation for you and it'll say, this is your initial CBTO seeding depth. So then what you'll do is you'll adjust your equipment to where you get that jam minus 20,000. thousands. So, and then like, but all of this is already written down. And so when you do this, I want it to be able to where like you enter one number, right? Whichever that number is, and it will spit you out your increments. So that way when you're doing this, when you have this, you're reloading, you can just look at this and it'll have you a chart that you can do. See how I'm adding stuff and things are getting more complicated and adding things, like that. I don't mind that. Like, this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make this a one stop. So I'm not doing all of this in different increment or different things. Because I cannot tell you how big of a pain in the ass it is to do all this, write it all down, write out these things myself. Then, and being able, like, if you wanted to move it, like, say you wanted to go down by 5 or 3, and then move up by 0.2 or or like half, like whatever it is that you want to move up in or down in or whatever units you want to do, I want to be able to have that to where you can set that for yourself. What time is it? 2:20, 3, 4, oh, 4, 5. Okay. I'm gonna have to step away here for a minute. I have to go put a beef roast in the oven so it can slow cook. By the way, if you want like one of the best roasts that you ever have, so you get your roasting pan. All right, that's one of those pans you can bake in with a lid. And you take your roast and you get a little beef stock and you pour it down on the bottom of that. And then you cook it on 300 degrees for like 2.5 hours. Oh my God, bro. It's like fork tender. It comes out and it's so flavorful and delicious. You should try it. You add some potatoes and some carrots up in there. Yeah. I'm making the here, let me do it. Hold on. This one's got it. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. It was that Discord that had that. Emojis. Global. Frequently used. No, it's not on there. How about this one? Holy crap. Food and drink. Everywhere else has got the little hands. Hold on. Searching through everything. I guess it doesn't have any of them. Huh. Never mind. I'm not showing you. The little Italian, like, you know what I mean? All right. So then you do your, yep. Then once you got that powder combo, you do your seating depth test. And again, I'm gonna want this to be able to do functionality, have functionality in it for you. So like, so you're entering in a minimal amount of data as possible, or you're just like, so you're entering like whatever your jam is. And then and then I go, okay, your jam's that much. And I prompt you and I say, uh, you know, in what increments plus or minus do you want it to be? And you say, I want you to uh, decrease the seeding depth by 3 thousandths each time. And then, so then it'll spit you out a little graph and it'll say round 1, 2, and 3 at this seeding depth. Round 2, 3, and, or, 4, 5, and 6 at, negative 0.006 thousandths. And then it will have your like a little box for, do I have paint still pulled up? It'll have like a little box for you to put your it'll have a little box for you to put your stuff in, and then it will spit you out a results box that will tell you what your CBTO measurement should be and everything like that. You know what I mean? So this app, like my mind just, it just like filled up with all the stuff that I'm going to want to add, all the functionality I'm going to add to all this stuff. This is going to take a long ass time. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out what the chunks are so I can break it up into smaller chunks so I can then do that. But I don't want to lose sight of the system that I'm building either. So all right, I'm going to step away for a minute and I am going to cook. Yeah. Oh, cancel. Don't save it. So we'll get you and we'll get you. That's right. If it will. right, I'm back. I had to put that roast in the oven. Very good. Beef, potatoes, no carrots though. I didn't do it this time. I was gonna. It would take them longer. So we are going to the next component that we need to do is this this one. So I put that there so because this was some of the other stuff that we were thinking about. And again, I apologize if it's not exactly the dev stream thing that we all kind of want. I want to do the coding bit, but this is just as important. I can't organize my thoughts and organize these systems and kind of think about them in a logical way that is kind of clean and not disjointed, then we're not going to get very far doing anything at all. So we are going to go over our reloading process here. Right here. And we're going to write out a list of steps and components that we're going to need. Okay? And as we're going. And we're going to add that to kind of how we did up here. So it's going to be actually, we called it 1, 2. So we're going to say that this is 0. We're going to say this is 2. And we're going to say 1. It is going to have this. So I'm going to open up a new thing so I can type evenly on here. And going to where'd you go? Okay, there we go. I think the reason it did that is because all these things take tabs. It might have thought that I was trying to open up a new list. Okay, the fuck's your problem? Oh, okay. That's what your problem is. It always bothers me when I see that on my stuff. So this isn't going to work. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay. We're going to say reloading component. We're going to have this here. And okay. So gather components. So what's it going to have? It's going to have a jam case. Function. It's going to take the brass overall length. and it's going to take save it. Might be getting a little too out of the weeds on that one. Dummy around. And then it's going to take your charge weight. It's going to take save this. I'm going to say reload. So this is the max charge weight function. It's going to take whatever your max is and deduct it by 2 grains. Deduct 2 grains off of it, giving you the starting weight. It's going to calculate the charge weight steps in 1 grain increments. probably pandas on that one. That's where pandas is probably going to come in handy a lot, I think. Because that is like what I just had in mind. You know, like a little, like a little table, you know, and then it'll have like your, you know, it'll have your start +1 and then that +1 and then that +1 until it needs to do. Okay. So 1 grain increments, you do it for 10 rounds. Okay. Data for test. Again, I'm primarily making this for me, so you guys are going to be stuck with some of the stuff that I kind of want it to have. And I can add functionality to it later if people ask me to for the app, but I'm just putting this in here because right now, all I would do for component saving would be like a little 10 round test. You don't need more than that, right? Because your further, your more hardcore testing comes later. So dope data for 10 rounds. Test is this. Okay. 1 grain, 10 rounds, fire 10 rounds. So we want 10 to N Bs. We should have 10 temps. And again, I don't know. Like I might for these because it's just so small. I might store it in temps. H's temp relative humidity on altitude. Date. Oh, brother. Okay, what do we have here? Distance. And some of this data, your time between shots, you know, that doesn't have to be exact. You want it as exact as you can get it, but you have to accept that, like I said before at the start of the live stream, when I was going over everything, there is discrepancies and inconsistencies in your measuring equipment that, you know, Even if you did everything right, you're still going to have stuff. That's why you have to confirm this. These are just to get you close, right? It's like, I don't know, like if you were trying to, do the bean bag in a hole game thing where you're checking that, but you're allowed to, or no, it's better. It's like golf, right? You want to try to make it in as little of shots as possible, so to speak. But if you have to like tap it in, that's fine too. Right. And then what's nice, like for this particular test, you don't have to, you're not firing at a target. You're just getting the muzzle velocity data off of it. And your temps, this will be right, because whatever temperature that you are, whatever temperature that you have your system at, you need to have your ammo at as well. That makes sense. So basically, like for example, if you are somewhere where you live in a colder climate, like say, up in the mountains, and your round can't hit something at like, I don't know, like 500 yards or whatever, or you have testing where you tested it at that altitude but at a hotter temperature, if you stick it in your pocket or your jacket, it's going to heat that round up, and it's going to fire as if it were hotter environment, like the initial bit though. It's not exact, but it's close. So okay, 2 minutes between. Okay, temperature. So it'll be doing that. Altitude, date, time test, distance, chrono, time between shots. Then it will have um, and standard. Hey, I spelled it right this time. All right. And then we're gonna do some of this, like this matplotlib, this will be matplotlib or pandas. This stuff will end up being done when we do the rest of the matplotlib stuff too, which in my I think is going to end up being after we get the it'll be after we get all this other stuff done. So what I'm thinking is going to happen, so like we have this here, right, is I think the order of this is going to end up being, when I get this reloading component done, minus the matplotlib, I'm going to move into the ballistic calculator portion, or I'm going to move into making up like a GUI. And I'm gonna have to do some research on what I want to do, because I'm not, like, if I have to use TK enter, that's fine. And I can make it look similar to like this notepad, right? You know, we saw some examples when I went looking for Python GUI. All right, here's what frickin' Google's robots tell us. TK enter. It's the standard GUI library, so this is probably going to be the easiest, right? Yep. That's, yeah. This is that too. This is the thing that I like. That's, yeah. Only basic widgets. So we'll probably, like, out of the two, we'd probably end up using that one. Professional and feature-rich options. Take a look at some of this. Pie side. How many pictures, bro? I don't need to be looking at no code repositories. That's cool. Look, science stuff. Also, I would probably choose something that has the ability for dark mode over not. Eyesight 6, which I think it mentioned it did. That's really cool. Let's go to that website. Yeah. Oh, green. You like green. Ah, I probably won't like allow it to have a light mode. You know? You don't want YouTube videos playing. I just want to look at the. Oh no, that's something more like kind of like what I want it to look like. More modern, something you can do. What is this? What's this one? Cool. Just want to see what they look like. See, that one's not too bad. I don't mind that. I don't like that it's got the window like it does, but it's pretty cool. Cool. Let me look at. Sorry. Also, there was a licensing thing with it too. My side. Is developed and officially supported by the QT company. Huh. Cool. That's nice. Let's see. Where's the documentation? Professional. Sorry, a little distracted, but I'm trying to figure out. Mm. I don't want to make it to where I have to have a freaking graphic designer come in and design stuff for me. That seems like it's meant to be. Right? Now, I've already taken a TK Enter tutorial, so I'd probably start off with something simple like that, even though that's like, it seems like that's going to overall be not a good thing for my stuff. Is this purchasable or downloadable? Oh, cool. By the way, the first book I ever bought on Python programming was called Learn Python the Hard Way, and that guy also does this. So I bought it once, and periodically I change my email, so I haven't got an email from him in a long time, but he probably still sending me stuff. But every time he updates that book, I get updates to it, and yeah. So it seems like you got to buy this guy's book. Where is this? How much is it? Not that we need a book, so we just get a complete tutorial. Be a whole can of worms. Anyway, I was just interested. Okay, back to what we were doing. Anyway, oh, that's what I was talking about. Like what kind of like what we're gonna end up doing. So we're probably gonna code out this. Then we're gonna move into the ballistic calculator portion of it, of this app. skipping the matplotlib stuff when we do the GUI interface. Skip that. We'll move on to this. Then we will probably go back and we will add, we'll do this thing here. Five. And we'll do the calculator. Then we'll put the ability to do the different measurements in here. And we'll get to where we can do all the rest of this stuff too. So ability to combine and store into these profiles, up to game saves, ability to list out all the dope for viewing. Again, portions of that will be the GUI. Okay. Basic GUI setup, matplotlib. And then we'll add like more functionality to it. So seems simple, but this is going to take, I have no idea how long this is going to take, but if like as far as it's going right now, we're looking at probably, well, considering that I'm going to have to learn an entirely new graphical user interface section, take a lot longer. I would say like at least a few months it's going to take us to do all this at the rate we're going. And I only do, yeah. And I think instead of doing off-stream coding, I'm going to do off-stream, information. Like for that graphical user interface library thing, I'll probably go through a tutorial and kind of get a like the gist of kind of what's going on, because again, like this is why I'm doing this, is like if I don't know kind of what I want to make and kind of how that's going to be structured, and then go find out what it is that I need to do to make this happen, then if I don't have that out written out or done up, it's going to make doing it a lot more difficult. So max charge weight, dope to the whatever thrown, powder. Then now we are at this section here. And then we move on to the seating depth test. And that's where we were here, initial testing, seating depth calculation. So jam minus 20. And then plus or minus, whichever your preference is, by 3,000 increments, shown on a graph 2 at Liber Pandas. So like, if it's shown on a graph, right, I'm going to have to do the calculation and then store those data points into a list or a dictionary or whatever the hell, so it can be called up and used later. And what else? Now your functions need to do one thing. Like even in reality, some of these maybe even need to be more. So testing seeding depth calculation, n minus 20 thousandths, plus or minus by 3 increments. Rounds. And 10 groups, 30 total. Data, so that's going to be something like what would be, kind of next level. Go ahead and add this. To the 3 functions that probably could stand to be broken up into even more functions, but we're thinking about the steps. So this function will take this data, and what will it do? All it's going to do, besides taking in the data, is going to do this calculation. So that's technically one thing, right? Because you wouldn't want a different function for each of these and then to have to combine them, right? Okay. So it takes that data and it calculates one thing, right? Okay. Then the dope. It's going to take this data. Date, time, distance to chrono, time between shots. Why this is all whack. Run through the calculations. So it's literally going to take in this data and it's going to do one thing, right? And we're not sure. We're not sure. Seating depth test. Oh man, I can smell the roast cooking upstairs. So it's going to take this data and do a calculation on it. That's going to spit you out a graph so you can have that, you know. So if this measurement was, you know, 1.000, then it would spit you out a graph that says 1.003, 006, and so on, right? And then, so when you enter that information and you enter in what this information is that you want, because some people do it different. Like if you have the resources to run 100 round test or like more rounds, and you want to do this in a more granular way where you're increasing by 1,000th and you're doing, say, 30 groups with 3 rounds in them, say doing 300, you want to test by this, right? This is what I do because it's quick and easy and it gets you the closest and the quickest to this portion here, right? Do your final test and then, yeah, here. So you do a final 30 round combo when all's said and done, and you gather all that together. And then that, like, if it meets all the criteria that you have for it, right? So it's within a certain standard deviation, it's within a certain, diameter of accuracy, then that becomes your round. And then you move on to then you move on to this thing doing that intermittently. Obviously, you check your zeros and stuff too, but that pretty much that's the gist of it. So, and then here's the thing, most of this stuff we've kind of done, right? So we know that we're going to want these in a dictionary with a key value pair. We're using dictionaries because they're quicker than just doing a bunch of lists and variables. Quicker meaning like, yeah, it's just quicker. And we're going to have, like, obviously these aren't going to be all the way finished because we're going to have to wait till we can integrate that with our GUI. And in my opinion, there's two places where this app is going to get hung up, or where I'm going to get hung up. And I don't mean like that it's going to prevent me from doing the app or completing the app. I mean just that it's going to take longer than what we've done here. And that is the ballistic calculations, because it's working with a library that I've never worked with before, let alone ever worked with a library besides whatever they had in the tutorials under those conditions. But also, I'm going to have to work with a GUI, a GUI interface, coding that up too, which I've never done. I did a whole ass, like, I think like 2 or 3 hours of TK Enter, and I made basically like a little notepad app, right? It didn't have this function. It was just a single thing. It had like a little box. You could type in it. It had like an OK and a save button. I created, like in the tutorial, it had like a little menu, and then even like showed you how to put these separators in here. It had a dual menu like this. So it was, you know, it was interesting, but it's, that stuff's for like, if you wanted to make a, like a literal, do they have this on this one? On my phone, they have, yeah, here it is. So you can do like yeah, like a calculator. So it was stuff like this. It was like convert Fahrenheit to Celsius and vice versa. So that is what I've done for TK Enter, but it was enough of a start to like kind of get the gist and know, like, hey, this is how you kind of map buttons. This is how you make a canvas or whatever the frick it's called. Additionally, I've done a buttload of Pygame stuff and practiced with that some too. And so there is, so I have some experience with that one too. Alrighty. I think I'm going to go over this again. So jam case function, brass brand, brass overall length, projectile brand, projectile length. Just adding stuff. A lot of this stuff doesn't matter. Like if you took all of this out, it wouldn't matter. I have to go, like, so there's a name when you do this. Like there's, let me just show you. Let me get it here. Pull this off to the side. Go. USA. Hornady. frick is that thing called? Lock and load, modified case, that, and click in here, and it will give us the, oh yeah. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, I'm just going to kind of explain this so it kind of makes sense, and it's for me too. But so you take a case, right? And you can't see it because it doesn't show, but in the bottom of this case, it is, it's got threads on it, and you can make a case like this too, which is what I did. And then you you get one of these, either this one or this one, depending on what system you have. And that round screws onto here. And then this thing, the reason why it's modified too, the case neck is open to a few thousandths more than whatever your projectile is set at. And so that way the projectile can move freely in and out of here. And you stick this attached to this with the projectile in it, and you stick it into the breech of your firearm there, and then you push this forward until the yep, I am. You push it in there until this part right here makes contact with your rifling, and you have to do it a couple times until you get like a really consistent measurement. And like, so for when I did mine, I got like 10 measurements the same exact way every single time. And once you get a feel for it, you can find it. So you take that, and then you get one of these comparator sets, and you do this, and you measure basically your cartridge base to ogive measurement, and then that gives you your jam measurement, right? And then it gives you an initial seating depth. So you go jam minus 20, and that gives you your initial seating depth. And then when you come down here and you start modifying the seating depth to get this. So basically your muzzle velocity, your muzzle velocity, this powder test is to get your muzzle velocity within the tightest tolerances and ranges that you can. The seating depth is to get your group size small or large. So that's why I put in here for this reloading process that you can make factory ammo reloading process a little bit better depending on the ammo, especially if it's not like crimped or anything like that. And you can, if you just have some reloading equipment, you can take whatever factory loaded stuff you got, and you can like lower it by 1,000th or a couple thousandths to 3,000ths and test it out, and you might actually not even have to do this whole thing. It's a way to do that cheaply. You still need a little bit of components, but not everything. Either way, I can't remember why I explained that, but I wanted to explain that. But that's kind of what you do, right? And then you need all of this friggin' crap to do all this measurements for. And I had, the headspace gauges too. So it's better to use whatever brass. So this is a Hornady brass. So unless you're using Hornady brass, like I said, you're going to be building inconsistencies in your stuff. I had a metal fabrication shop, so I had a drill press, and I have what do you call those things? The threading. I can't remember what the frick they're called, but you can make threads on stuff, whether it be on the outside or the inside. And so I just took my drill press and I drilled out one of the rounds that I was using that made it better. I bought a thing for my press that you can stick down in here, and it expanded the case mouth, and then I was able to thread it onto here and use my own stuff. So the only difference is that I don't have a machine like a machining machine, like one of those really tight tolerance, basically metal lathes or metal things. I don't have one of those. So, but regardless, it worked out because all my stuff, when I did all this stuff on mine, it worked. Everything was just fine. And I was hitting right where I needed to. Yeah. So anyway, so I think this is, go over this again. So that's going to get this information, projectile length. We don't, again, we don't need any of this. All we need is this measurement and to do this calculation. But I'm putting this down here because it matters. Like that's probably why I mentioned that stuff that I just went over, is because if you do have that different, it's good to have that in your notes. So I'm just giving myself and other people options. Go ahead and we're going to switch to a different playlist. Music. White Bat Audio, by the way. White Bat Audio on YouTube. Very, very good music. Copyright free music if you're a streamer and you like this kind of stuff. Most of his stuff, from what I can tell, is all this synthwave, 80s style kind of, this song sounds very Judas Priest like, if you know who that is. So max charge weight function. Whatever your max is, deduct by 2 grains. Give you a starting weight. Calculate the charge weight in steps 1 and right. So this is telling me that I need to take an initial value and have it user defined, right? I need to deduct this amount off of it, or deduct a user defined amount off of it. Then it's going to take whatever that is, and it's going to do whatever this is, again, user defined. So it'll prompt the user for this, like, hey, to calculate charge weight, what increment do you want to calculate this in? And then it'll say. Right. And then again, this will happen later, but I'll do like what I did in here, where I just did a pass. I'll do that sort of thing. And this can go away because we don't need that. Okay. So then we're going to get the dope data for this, and this is going to be stored. It's going to be similar, but it's going to be different than what we already did. Meaning, instead of using the existing components that I just built, I'm going to make it its own stuff, because these will be done, like this will be its own thing. And like, so when I did it, I did this with like 4 different powders at the same time. So I shot it took me like all fucking day. But I had to do each one of these for that long. So you run through the calculations. So it's okay. So it's going to store all of this information. Okay. Then it's going to run through these calculations here. And I may make these a class and just call it like standard calculations class, so I can call and then just do a function. I mean, like, well, some of these, like this min max, these are built-in functions in Python, so that's not going to be complicated to code, not at all. And then these two are from the statistics library, so I'm going to have to import statistics library into the virtual environment here, which is no big deal. That's not a big deal. And then I'm going to have to, like, you know, it's straight up, it's like a function call and then putting in the arguments. So it's not that hard. But this in particular is going to be used in another portion of the app. You know what I mean? So I may make this its own function or class, not class, but it, like, it'd probably have to be a class. There'd be a class called like standard calculations. And then I'll make each one of these its own function that I can then call to allow me to use it through here. But if not, I'll just put this particular one inside of the dope section. And then the same thing with this seating depth. It will be making this calculation and having, you'll be responsible for doing the group of 3, but it'll spit you out a graph. It'll say, round 1, 2, and 3 will be at this. Round 3, 4, and 5, or 4, 5, and 6 will be at this calculation plus or minus this calculation. And again, this will be user inputted. This will be taken from up here. So, and then it will give you your 3 round groups that you have to do and your measurements. And the reason why I'm saying like is because it's going to be like a companion to reloading, right? And then you're going to enter in so you enter in the data yourself, saying like, oh, from center, it was X and Y off or whatever. Or, like I said, what would be next level is if I added the ability to integrate AI or something that you could take a picture with your phone and it would do that for you. You know what I'm saying? The only problem is that, well, that's why you would integrate AI with it. But I was going to say the only problem is that it would be hard to gauge because the stuff is different sizes. People have different settings on their phones. They have different all the kinds of stuff. So I think, what are we at? We're at 3:44. We're going to go to like 4 hours and 20 minutes because I took a couple breaks. Well, I think I only took one. But I had to step away for a second. I'm sorry there's not much coding in this dev stream, but there is a lot of other stuff. And we cleaned up a lot of our stuff here and got everything kind of done up. And we are here. Okay. So there we are. We have 1A. B. 1C. And what's awesome about this in particular is that it's even simpler than what we've done before, and the things that are not are nearly identical to what we've already created. So it should not take us at all any amount of crazy time to get this implemented. Like, it shouldn't take me, it might take me like a couple hours to do this, you know, just to make sure I got it all correct and everything. But it's not gonna you know, but it's gonna be its own class. I already know that much. I'm gonna go ahead and save this, and here, save this guy over here, and I am going to, where did I save? Where did I save that? Oh, I already saved it in there. Cool. Let me look. Just want to make sure. Yeah. Okay. All right. Suppose it doesn't really matter where we add this. I'm gonna put this over here on my other screen. We tested this. Oh no, we didn't. Yeah, we did. We tested the whole thing. And we'll go ahead and get rid of this guy, because we already took the notes on that. And I think we can close this. So those classes are closed. Going to go up here. 5. Save it. And we're going to go class. Reload. def. Again, I don't know if crap, that has to have a cell. I don't know if we're gonna need this or not. Def Jam. That's funny. So how do I want to do this? Do I want to save key value pairs again? And measurement. I think I want to do key value pairs again. Just because. But this time with this one in particular, like we won't need to, like there's like for this in particular, there is no, it's all one off. We don't need a like to iterate over like a list or anything like that. So we can just set this as crap. What are we going to call the call it jam case empty dictionary here. We'll do a dictionary and we'll say brass brand. Set that to an empty string and excuse me. Length. And again, an empty string. Oh, hold on. We'll just set it to empty. Do we have to do a string? I can store anything. Okay, we'll just do that. We'll set it to an empty string and then we'll have it do a check where it goes through. So brand, and this I don't think really matters. Nope, that's not it. What are you up to? your problem, bro. Huh? Why? Not going to include jam measurement overall. I'm just going to delete that. Control save. And we're going to go. What's the problem? Is it because I have it on a new line? Is that why? Yeah, that's why. So jam case. So we're going to go for key jam case. User input equals input oh, hold on. Hello, thanks for the stream or follow. Appreciate you. Okay. We're gonna go here. See, Control V. See, space, Control V. Space. Control C. Control V. Okay. So if key, what did I say? I need basically this. See. try accept block here. Only we are doing 4 key and this is going to be case. Oh, if key and jam numeric. Numeric. This is going to be jam case. Jam case. Jam case. Accept. Right. So that gets its I'm going to take this here. Control C. I'm going to run it over here. We're going to give it a shot. Eric. Oh, I guess that's in the right spot. Okay, user input. Let's see if that does what we want it to do. Please enter your brand. Quantity. And it stopped. Fine, we'll do it a different way, or well, the way that we will do this. We'll go Control C, backspace on that. The end of the line, we'll go jam keys equals list. Control B, and we will get rid of the dictionary items. All right, 4 key in jam keys. User input. Put this key. Jam case key float. So try if it's in here. Now let's try. Let that work. What? Why? Please enter 4 key in jam case. No, 4 So what's the problem? Why is it not iterating over? Why is it not iterating over that? For this in this. So why isn't that doing what I want it to do? Empty list, list of keys. That's because we didn't put it in a fucking while loop. While true. There we are. Okay. My bad. Oh, we know that. We're gonna go. While true. Tab. I am pretty sure that's good. We're gonna come over here and check anyway. True. Yes, sir. Tab. Jam case. And when we're accessing the things in the dictionary, I just had I pull up W3 schools. Python. This thing. Where's my dictionaries? Uh, Changeable duplicates. Access items, change items, loop, copy, nested methods. Clear, copy. Get the value of a specified key. Returns a list containing a tuple for each key value. So some of my questions are starting to be kind of half answered with some of these. Like I was wondering, like, oh, how would you add like a user thing? Like you'd be like, oh man, you want to add some notes to your stuff? The user clicks on yes, and then you know turns a list of the values. Get returns the value of a specified key. Cool. Cool. All right, so we are going to run this again. Just make sure it's working. Or rather, it's spitting me out the correct stuff. Strings and floats, strings and floats. Excellent. All right. So we have that one done. And I know that that'll work because we just tested it. Def, what's this one going to be called? Oh, we still need to do the initial seating depth calculation for that. So what we would need to do is, first of all, here, we'd have to set this as just jam final equals jam case dot. I knew there was a frickin' reason why I pulled that W3 schools up. I think it's get W3 schools. Where are you at? There you are. There's methods. Returns the value of a specified key. Is it dot get? Jam case dot get. And we are going to go to be in quotes. I don't know if this is the correct way. We're going to find out. Okay. H1, H2, jam measurement CBTO 1.200. I am the smartest man alive. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So now we know how to do that goodly. Oh my goodness. Look at the time. Mm-hmm. This is what you do. And the reason why we did this is because we can go well, this is not going to be a fixed measurement. So, well, it will be for this this particular thing. My question now is that how are we going to access this variable inside of this function? You know? We don't know. But I think that this is a good place to stop. I'm sorry that it was less, I had every intention of coding stuff up today and moving on to the next little bit. But when I started thinking about like the structure of the program and everything, I realized that we'd actually jumped ahead on a lot of the stuff that we have done. And I needed to go back and add a pre thing that we're doing. So we were getting ahead of ourselves as far as like what we were doing, you know? And so I wanted to make sure that for myself that I was staying um, like within the structure and that I made sure I thought about that. So where we're going to leave off, we need to and we're not going to call it jam final. We're going to call it jam RD and jam final. We will be equal to jam RD minus 0.00. What did I say? Is it 2? Let me pull it back up. It's not going to pull back up. Let me find it. Desktop first app. Let's reload. It's 20 thousandths, but it's 0.002. So that will be whatever our stuff is. So that's the final jam calculation. Or we'll call it we'll just leave it there like that. That's fine. So we've started on to this class here, which we're doing these so that way they're repeatable. We can just reuse this code when we need it. And again, it won't be complete. We'll have to come back in here and refactor it to allow for differences in mainly measurement systems. So, all right. I don't think that I'm going to be back on here tonight just because I've been streaming a lot. However, tomorrow is a hacking stream, and I don't know what we're going to do with that. We might end up doing some port swigger when I do hacking streams, it's pretty much up in the air whether I want to do Port Swigger, OWASP Juice Shop, or Try Hack Me. We'll probably continue with the Try Hack Me, so we can. I can't remember how close we were to finishing the junior penetration tester path, and they added some new stuff to the basic web app pen testing, and so I'd like to complete those two and get those off my checklist. Coincidentally, the completing the junior pen tester path will also, quote unquote, we will be, at the level where we can take that certification test, but it's not in my plans to do so, even though we would then technically be qualified for it. In my opinion, I'd have a lot more work. The going over, here's how I treat courses. Let me bring up a notepad here. So my first run through, I treat this as a summary, and it's where I'm just trying to absorb and soak in the most amount of information that I possibly can. I'm not interested in learning every little thing or retaining the information as much as I am just getting the information, right? Getting exposure to it, right? Then I do a second run. This run is more serious, and I take notes, right? With emphasis on trying to remember it. I usually do a third run, and this is where I am intently paying attention. And I'm like, this is where, like, on that third run, this is where I find things that I kind of skipped or glossed over, and I'm making sure that I have it. Then I usually do like a fourth run, and this is a cleanup. So I make sure that I have all my ducks in a row. I make sure that I have all the notes. I'm making sure that I understand the concepts, that I can recreate them, that I can do them in a manner that is, and this is kind of where I'm at with the studying for my, the certification that I have been studying for, is I'm in sort of like the cleanup phase. I went through it again, took serious notes. Then I was intently paying attention. I made sure I, found all the information that I had missed before. And then now I'm on the cleanup portion of it, where I'm going through, is there anything else that I missed? Am I sure? Is this, kind of like what I'm going to be doing? Like, that sort of thing. So that's how I study. But I am not going to do the certification prep process for that cert, even though I would be able to take it at that point, just because I'm not particularly interested in taking it right now. And the biggest reason why is because I'm not entirely ready to start doing serious or taking seriously network hacking. I am mostly and nearly exclusively focused on web app hacking. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. And after we get those two, the junior pen tester and the web app hacking, like, fundamentals out of the way, then we'll start in on that intermediate and the web app pen test course on TryHackMe, and then we'll move into the web application red teaming. So, and like I said, I want to get more into, like, when I'm off stream, I'm still doing studying for the cert and everything. I'm not doing TryHackMe. I'm doing other courses and other things, and taking notes and reading my notes and reading other books and things like that, kind of trying to expand my knowledge while reiterating my knowledge base. And I think that I really want to get this cert done. I want to get it done. I want to get it checked the frick off the checklist. I want to get it behind me so I can focus on something else. And at that point, like when I do that, for the time being, the hacking streams will turn from me kind of like more serious to me kind of like just having fun sort of thing, because I'm not doing it with an intentional purpose as much as a general one. So, if that makes sense. So, where we are at, how many lines? We're at 298 lines of code so far for all the code we've done. 300 if you account this function call. Anyway, thanks for joining me today. I appreciate you. This has been Hackakura. I will see you tomorrow for the hacking stream at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I don't know what that is in any other time. Yeah. But anyway, I'm going to go eat that food I put in the oven here in about a half hour. So, seethe. You can't have none. All right. Bye, people. See you later.